I want to feel your head right now. You are the place, my only hope. Yeah, just like the flowers that bloom and fall, the beat over and over again. 傷ついて傷つけて繰り返し、それでも僕らスタンドアップ。仮面越しに守ってんの、心電心測ってんの、運命を今超えてこう。叫んでみて、僕ら一人じゃないから。 Yeah, just like the flowers that bloom and fall, the beat over and over again. Keep the flame alive. I want to feel your hand right now. You are the place, my only hope. I know, I know, I know. 僕らいつか whispers like flowers in the sky. No matter where I'm by your side. I know, I know, I know. 君と移り合い重ね合う。ちょっとこの手に先地に行く今は未来に変えて一人じゃ起こり得ない奇跡みたいに僕らはまるで瞬く火花。僕らの火花。
一息つけそうだね。
今日は屋根の下で休めそうね。
キサラの盾ってあんなに大きいのに軽々と回してすげえよな。
そうか、見た目ほど重くないんだが。
でもあれで守られるとすごく安心感あるよ。
守るか。思えば私はずっと守ることに身を捧げてきた気がする。この衛兵になる前からだ。だからお前たちを守るのも私にとってはある意味自然なことなんだ。
私は別に必要ないわ。頼むつもりもない。
それで構わない。私が守るのは頼まれるからじゃない。守るべきだと思うから守るんだ。あなたもです、テュオハリム。
私も？
あなたの目的は私のそれと重なります。なら
俺も守られっぱなしになる気はないが、気にかけてくれるのはありがたい。改めてよろしく頼む、キサラ。
ああ、任せてくれ。
I want to feel your
I'm amazed how easily you can move such a giant shield around like it's nothing.
Really? It's not actually as heavy as it looks.
It's really reassuring to have someone like you protecting us, though.
You know, I guess I never realized it before, but looking back, I've always been the sort to put myself in harm's way to protect those around me, even before I joined the Elderman and Sea Guard. So, in a way, using this shield to keep you all safe feels like it's what I was meant to do.
You don't need to worry about protecting me. I don't plan on relying on you.
That's okay. It doesn't matter if you do or not. I don't protect people because they ask me to. I do it because I want to, and because I think it's the right thing to do. That goes for you too, Dohalim.
Me?
Yes. You see, you and I both want the same thing. We have the same goal. That means it's in my best interest to continue to protect and keep you safe as well. Even now.
I'm not sure how much protecting I'll need either, but I appreciate the thought. I'm sure you'll do us proud, Kisara.
Right. You can all count on me.
What was Kelzelik even after in the end?
Isn't it obvious? Clearly he wanted the throne for himself, and was gonna have his goons execute Dohalim to get it.
He had to have known he couldn't hope to defeat a lord. He should have run while he had the chance, instead of holding himself up in the palace.
Maybe he thought he couldn't run? Either way, the outcome's the same.
So he got desperate and decided to go for broke?
One might argue that he was another victim of mine, in a sense.
Huh?
There is no greater calling in life to a Renin than the crown contest, yet I refused to take part. The shock he felt at that must have been truly immense, enough to drive him to revolt, even though doing so meant defying Renin hierarchy.
I know I've said this before, but Danins and Renins wouldn't coexist here if it wasn't for your stance.
But that was no lofty idealism on my part, nor do I feel any pride at what occurred.
Spare us the pity party. You literally just joined us to uphold those ideals.
Shion?
No, she is absolutely correct. I shall speak no more of my misgivings.
Right.
Excuse me!
Well... Really?
Good.
What the? Seriously?
All right.
We finally made it.
That Zoogle seems intriguing.
That's all you have to say about it?
No choice.
Anything in armor is all mine.
He's dead.
If they rush you, you gotta jump for cover, okay?
Is that a healing art?
It is. I can't ignore your pain.
I'll try to be more careful.
Eagle assault! A new melody. Glimmer dragon.
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Bestow thy mystic mercy.
Take this! That's right!
Over. I couldn't make it in time.
This one!
Beyond. Imbue this away! Tiger blade! Dragon down! I show you mercy. I'll tear you apart! Tiger blade!
There you go!
I'm in your
I
deck,
can carve
Devlin.
through armor!
And tonight's meal is on you. You got it.
What's a neck?
It was nice while active deity! He's dead! Hitting Talon Hurricane!
Ignite!
Tiger blade! Talon storm!
It's over!
Appreciate the help! Now I'm in the groove! Talon storm! Flaming meteor! In a bind?
You're mine!
Dazzling spin! On your knees.
This one's mine!
Tectonic punch! Resonate with the earth!
Going in!
I'm not done!
One more! Eat this! Tiger blade!
Take this! I'm not done!
I'll finish you here and now! Falling storm!
Not
Rip
that
and tear!
My head's spinning just watching you!
Mystic mercy! That's it! Dazzling spin!
I owe you one! Explosive!
Anything in armor is all mine! Armor won't save you!
Benediction light.
Take this! Blow away!
Allow me to help you.
Shot!
It's on!
That's it!
You picked the wrong fight!
Tiger
Take
blade!
it!
Luna storm!
You're finished!
Thunder fragment spin!
The fluidity of your movement is simply
Trapped
incredible.
and ready!
Don't suffer in silence.
Strike! Stardust!
I'll face you! Take this! Time to shine! Dark
Benediction
Watch
light. You
it!
require a head.
Going in!
Here I come!
Super swallow falling storm!
Here I come!
Its defenses
In a
are down!
bind! Oh, beat it to dust!
Piercing roar!
Totally! In an instant!
Impact rock!
Show thy mystic mercy.
Take this! Strike!
Much obliged.
Tiger blade! Finish you here and now!
Tell me about
Down on the ground! Falling
Take
storm!
this!
Eagle assault!
Bestow thy
Anything
mystic
in armor
mercy.
is all mine! Eat this! This one's mine! I'm on a roll now! Tiger!
So now you're getting serious?
I can carve through armor!
Far enough!
On your knees!
Going in!
Win!
It's time to take us out.
You picked the wrong fight!
Twice!
Show thy mystic mercy.
See what happened there as you crossed.
You have to hold on.
Shouldn't have done that. Why thank you, your lordship.
And will you lay down your life for your lord?
Well, I mean, hey, let's not be hasty. Tiger blade! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Bestow thy mystic mercy.
Come on, let's tear him up! One big Yeah, appreciate the concern.
The sooner you stop thanking, the sooner you can start helping.
I mean, yes, sir. Come on!
No further!
I'll finish you here and now!
Is this it? Forgive me. It is my
Eagle Thrust! It looks like we made a mess! I'm just getting started! Anything in armor is all mine!
This one's
benediction light.
mine!
I felt fine not too long ago.
Wits about you, people! On guard!
Crescent move! That's much better.
Arch field!
Bang blast! Here we go again.
Look sharp!
I'm not done yet.
Alright!
Here I come! No escape! You're mine! Orochi
Tiger Blade!
Now I'm in the groove!
Thank you for that.
Falling behind. Looks like this one's mine! Like hell it is. What? This can't get out of this! Elusive deity! Falling pile driver! Eat dirt! Bench blast! Take it!
Tiger Blade!
Take this! I'll tear you apart!
Let's get up pressure!
Take this! Explosive ring! Elusive deity!
Such a failure.
You'll pay for that!
Denied!
Rotating pile driver!
On guard!
Such
unadulterated
fury! I'll face
Tiger
you!
Blade!
Not done yet! Penumbra!
I'd let you all down. This one's...
No rest for the... Wicked. Elusive deity! Rotating pile driver!
None shall escape my judgment! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Catapult! Tempest!
This one's mine!
Tempest! Not
None
done
shall
yet!
escape my judgment! This one's mine!
Penumbra! I'll face you!
Gravitas!
Struck! Elusive deity! Rotating pile driver!
Lightning!
On your knees! Try harder! Now or never! Now!
Make it rain!
Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Does anyone else think this may be just a bit too tough for us?
That was quite the little adventure we went on. This shall suffice. Please, everyone, have as much as you like.
Okay.
Seriously?
Well...
What the?
I wonder what we'll find out there this time.
Most likely Zeugles, I would reckon.
I mean, other than them.
Mahag Sar. That makes 4 out of the 5 realms that I've visited now.
I wonder what kind of lord we're gonna find there.
It doesn't matter. If they try to get in our way, we'll take them down and that'll be that. I'm on it! You think this tear you apart! On there! You're mine! I'll finish you here now!
I'll take out your legs with my shield.
Stalagmite! Here I come!
Flaming
This one's all mine! Our weapons are the sword and... this, and...
Staff.
And you ruined it. Gotta break through! Take this! Cut! Burn! A debut performance! You're mine! Big blast! I'm not done! Orochi's fury! Do it! Totally! In an instant! Impact block!
We're a pretty lethal combination, aren't we?
What can I say? I had a good partner.
Maybe something's going on in the forest.
Get lost!
You're mine! I'll smash you! In a bind? Now I'm in the groove! Hey! Blow them away! How's that? My turn!
Acceptable.
No escape! Last shock! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my sheep...
In an instant! Impact block! My turn!
Barely a blip on our radar.
There's something in the water. I didn't realize there was a pond here.
Yeah, this is Taka Pond. And it happened to have saved my life once upon a time.
What do you mean?
As a kid, I survived life under the past lords by escaping here when I needed to. It's terrible to swim in, but great for catching a bite for dinner away from Ren and eyes. Bear in mind, our rations back then weren't enough to live off of. You had to take matters into your own hands if you wanted enough food to survive.
But how did you catch them? With your bare hands?
That might take a while. Fish are prone to swim away at the first sign of trouble. I'd put bait or a lure on a line and use it with a fishing rod. You must not be familiar with fishing if this sounds new to you. Here, let me show you how it's done. Not my lucky day, I guess. Time to try a different spot. Okay, change of plans. I've got something. Boy, that's a bit of a letdown.
Looks like a pretty energetic fish.
Wouldn't it be easier to simply use astral arts to catch the fish and be done with it?
That misses the whole point of going out to fish. Reel it in. Good fishers always keep their cool. Time to try a different spot. All right. Anybody could reel in that.
That went pretty well.
All right. Well, it's not bad, per se.
Maybe you could keep it as a pet.
And that's all there is to it.
Wow. It seems like you need to have good reflexes to catch anything. I don't know if it's really for me. Kisara? I think I've seen enough.
Oh, sorry. I guess I'm just in my own little world when I go fishing.
Looks like we're going to be here for a while.
That's how fishing goes. You wait for a bite, and then the real battle begins. Miguel told me that different fish live in different regions, and you have to pick the right rod and lure for what you're hoping to catch.
But that doesn't change the fact it's a giant time sink.
Of course, each fish has its own unique flavor, too. And some of them are supposed to be extremely delicious.
When you put it like that, maybe it's worth me trying my hand at fishing after all.
You're just in it for the food.
I was hoping we'd get to fish during our travels. And it just so happens I made sure to grab my brother's old rod before I left Vicente. So, if you ever feel like fishing when we've got a little downtime, just let me know.
Good to hear. Thanks for showing us.
Okay!
I'm always amazed what healing arts can do.
Just doing my job. No need to thank me.
Hey. Is it just me, or have those two barely spoken a single word to one another?
I know, right? But after everything that happened with Miguel, is it really any wonder?
Kinda puts a damper on the whole journey though, huh? How long do you think they're gonna keep this up?
If it bothers you that much, why don't you ask them?
Why do I have to ask?
How come you walk together like that?
She really doesn't beat around the bush.
You mean Kisara and myself?
You hadn't noticed? You've been practically joined at the hip ever since we left Vicente.
I guess it's force of habit, most likely. I was always ready to protect him, should the need arise. It sort of came with the job description.
Right. From being in the Elder Menancia Guard. Although, Dohalim's pretty capable of defending himself, isn't he?
Having guards doesn't necessarily mean the one being guarded is weak. No one's perfect all the time.
Even so, it's not like they're entirely wrong, Kisara. You're no longer in my employ, after all.
I don't know. I mean, if it's what she's used to and you're both comfortable with it, then who are we to judge?
But she doesn't serve him anymore. It isn't normal for her to keep following him around like she still does.
You know, she's probably right. And a lot has changed over the last few days. I guess it wouldn't hurt to rethink our relationship in light of the new circumstances. Perhaps I'll give it some thought after all. Does that sound all right by you?
Of course.
You might want to stop asking his permission for every little thing while you're at it.
Sorry. It's not that easy, shaking off old habits. I'll probably need a little time to get fully used to it.
I'm impressed how well balanced this thing is.
I've noticed that sometimes we come across enemies who fight like you, and try to dodge our attacks at the last second.
I hate those guys. I can get some hits in when they move into attack, but otherwise they slip past damn near everything else I throw at them.
If what you're seeking is a way to more reliably hit them, there is a solution.
Try to outclass them on reflexes?
I possess the ability to command Earth elemental beings to some extent. They emerge as the land itself and take root on my command. They will swiftly bind the enemies, at which point you can dispatch them.
Huh?
What he means is that he can make plants grow to hold the enemies in place. At least I think that's probably what he's saying.
I'm glad at least one of us understands him. So basically, if we find an enemy that likes to dodge, we should let Dohalim handle it.
I shall do what I can within my modest means to help.
Why are you looking at me like that?
That armor you wear is standard issue for the Menancian Guard, right?
Originally, I've added some flair to it in a lot of places.
I noticed, especially with that open back.
We guardsmen pride ourselves on never showing our back to our enemies. It's my way of making myself live up to that. Plus, it makes it that much lighter and easier to maintain.
Dohalim, do you have anything to say about this?
Every guardsman is allowed to wear their armor as they see fit.
And you, La?
Huh? Why are you asking me? Dohalim's fighting style is... what's the word I'm looking for? Subdued? No...
Do you mean elegant, perhaps?
Yeah, that's the word. For better or worse, you can definitely tell he's cut from posh Renin cloth.
And he's not just skilled with the staff either. He can also use astral arts, including healing ones. I can see how he made it to the position of a lord.
You flatter me, but my fighting techniques merely come from a style that aims to conserve energy by minimizing body movement.
Is that why you wait until the last second before you dodge attacks? To avoid unnecessary movements?
No, I do that to sharpen my senses. I find that doing so is an effective means of drawing out my innermost strength.
Oh yeah, I've noticed you look stronger and strike out with your rod more after you dodge attacks. Guess that's why.
Still, it's a risk. Don't you ever worry you'll dodge at the wrong moment?
Then, it'll be just as well.
Huh?
It's nothing. Let us continue.
Mind if I join you, Law?
Oh, hey, Alphen. What's up?
Nothing. I was just surprised to see you weren't training for once. Got a stomachache or something?
You know I don't literally train around the clock, right? I do take breaks.
Do you? It seems like you're training every chance you get.
Well, yeah. It can't be helped if I want to get stronger. Still, it's important to let your muscles rest every now and then. That's what my dad told me anyway.
Zephyr said that?
When I was a little kid, yeah. I would get so excited whenever he came home. I always followed him wherever he went and tried to learn as much from him as I could. He said, it's good to be passionate, but don't overdo it. Just like there are times when you want to take a break from studying, sometimes your body wants to take a break from training, too. I was always rushing around and forgetting to rest, so he ended up telling me that a lot.
That definitely sounds like him.
It's nothing to get sad over. Still, I can't help but wonder if that was my dad's way of teaching me the dangers of rushing into things too quickly. Then again, maybe I'm just overthinking things. I wish I'd had more time to talk to him about this kind of stuff. See you guys tomorrow. I feel pretty refreshed after that sleep.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
I just noticed none of you other Danans have spirit cores. Why is that?
Both of my parents were part of the resistance in Calaglia. In fact, my birth was kept a secret from the Renans.
Mine too. We always lived in hiding, so I never had a spirit core embedded in me like I was supposed to.
What about you, Alphen? You were a slave in Calaglia before all this, weren't you?
To be completely honest, I'm not sure why I don't have one. All the other Danan slaves around me did. I was the only exception. They tended to keep their distance from me to avoid attracting any attention from the soldiers, because of my mask and all. What about you, Kisara? Do you still have your spirit core?
No. I was able to find a good Renan doctor who's sympathetic to our kind, and had them remove it before I left. They did such a great job, the procedure didn't even leave a scar.
One of the benefits of coexistence, huh?
I know that once the spirit vessel was shut down, there wasn't much need for me to hurry. But still, I didn't like having that mark of servitude lingering on me any longer than I had to. It may sound a little strange to hear me say this, but I'm just me now. Not a guardsman or a slave. I'm my own woman, and this is my chance to have a new beginning.
Ready to go!
Flying freaks! Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
You're on! It's over!
I lost my focus! These fists have got your name on them!
Glacial shield! Here's evil!
I'm ready! All yours, Kisara!
Benediction light.
Attack!
Eagle!
You're mine!
Here I go!
Run!
I'm only
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
You're mine! Double me! In an instant! Impact claw!
To achieve such harmony
takes a singular will.
This sure is one rugged road. You'd think they'd keep this at least a little better maintained, right?
Why spend energy fixing that which is rarely used? Repairs require time and effort, which in our world means slaves, often in great numbers. For you, it may be a simple request, but that can quickly become another's difficult burden. Nobody gains anything without someone expending effort.
And you know, somehow that someone always ends up being a Danan, while the Renans are the ones who gain.
True enough. Ideally, in a perfect world, I think it's only fair that the ones who need it should be the ones to perform the work.
However, when doing so could be dangerous like it is here, there are many who would prefer that it be others who risk their lives in their stead.
So, what you're saying is that people will just put up with the inconvenience until someone else comes along to fix it for them?
Indeed. And it is those who can no longer bear that feeling that inevitably take action. Much like the Danins in our group do so now. As strange as it may be to hear such a thing from the likes of myself.
It's true that most of the Danins in Calaglia have been resigned to just accepting things as they are. Still, we can't just blame them for...
What are you making that face for? You're not worn out already, are you?
Nah, just regretting I ever said anything in the first place.
All right.
There's nowhere to run from my heart. When he slows down, that's our chance.
It's like trying to keep up with a wall.
You're finished! You're mine! Blue escape!
Take this!
Burning! You're mine! Blue escape!
Leave me staring to me. Yeah! Take this!
By the power of water!
Raging Luna! Now take it! Take this!
Blue escape! Talon Hurricane!
Take this!
Rip and tear!
Annihilation!
Raging Luna in a bind!
Take this! Mirage! Raging Fury! First strike!
The fluidity of your movement requires...
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Right, next one!
We are here!
Already on!
No further! It's over!
Reload!
Orochi's Fury! Plasma Shock!
I'm on top!
Reload!
That's enough!
Take this!
Thrilling performance! Do it! Hey! Blow them away!
Got some interesting moves there, Dohalim. I'm glad you're on our side.
I'm simply glad to hear that I can make myself useful to you all. Huh?
What's wrong?
We seem to have come across some rather unusual objects.
What, you mean that pile of garbage?
No mere garbage, I assure you. Still, I've never seen anything shaped like it before. I'm intrigued.
Are you curious about this stuff, Rinwell?
Yeah. I think he might have found some old Danin relics. They look like the remains of a bunch of objects that disappeared after the Renins first invaded.
And yet here I am, holding them without so much as a second thought. I imagine the sight must be unsettling to you.
Not really, just that it must be nice to be a Renin who has time to indulge in stuff like that, unlike the rest of us.
Are you interested in this stuff too, Dohalim?
Charmed may be a better turn of phrase. I simply love objects that can give me a sense of what their maker was thinking, the history that went into their creation. You see, we Renins have hardly any such objects that trace back to our distant past.
I still don't understand what you two find so intriguing about it, though.
Why not? We're talking about our own culture here.
I get that, but it's not like this stuff is any use now, does it? It's just old. Real old.
Oh, but it does. Holding it in your hands like this, one can feel and engage with the distant past in a way no history book can ever accomplish.
I'll take your word for it. Well, seeing as it's Danin history, just make sure you're careful with it. All right, Dohalim?
But of course. That treasure. What a sweet-sounding ring it has.
You really think so?
Hey! Hoodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky!
Visibility... along this path will remain limited for some time. Take care not to get ambushed.
I'm surprised you know the terrain here so well. Lords don't strike me as having much time for wandering in the woods.
Sometimes I would take strolls along here when I wished to be alone.
You always did have a bad habit of disappearing without telling any of us guardsmen.
No further! Rising Wyvern!
Prepare to be seized, though. Actually, found is more appropriate. You're helping me become a pattern.
In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed walk.
Not today!
I never miss!
Can you take it? What?
Do it! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes! In your face!
Storm! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Talon Hurricane! Destruction!
Eagle Fly!
Shion!
Get toasty!
Bird Strike! Crumble! Begin! You're mine!
I'll blind you with a duck!
Blue Light!
Top field!
Raging Lunar Storm!
Annihilation!
I'll crush you! Lightning Reflexes! Tenebrous Claw!
I've been doing really great lately.
No choice!
Can you take it? It's time!
Take this! Swallow Dance!
Come on! Did you just heal me?
Yes, I need you,
I'm
remember?
also good with
Right.
airborne targets!
Take this!
Annihilation! Take it! Flame of Fury!
Glacial Spear!
Here's the evil!
Seismic Rupture!
Dragon Shell!
Rotating Pile Driver!
Eagle Assault!
Take this!
Not today!
Does it hurt?
Showtime!
I'll grind you into
Dragon Swarm!
Do it!
Outfit!
In an instant! Impact block! We work well together.
Like a finely timed
This
waltz.
one's mine!
You're mine!
Rotating Pile Driver!
Hey! Blow them away!
Well, looky here!
It's so hilly around here. I can feel my feet getting blisters.
That's mountain hiking for you. It can be pretty tough if you're not used to these sorts of trails.
I take it you're comfortable with them then?
Oh yeah. We used to run up and down these slopes all the time for our training exercises.
Damn. You weren't messing around.
Gotta break through!
Here I go! You're mine!
Dragon Shell! Rising Wyvern! Begin! Take this!
It's a duel beyond!
I'll face you!
Freeze laser!
Elusive deity!
Got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours!
Rotating pile driver! Does this hurt?
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint.
Can you take it?
Nope, that'd be silly.
Armor won't save you!
Annihilation! Magnum
This is in the wall now! Stay calm.
Do it!
I shall provide assistance. Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade! See that?
That training's paying off!
You're mine! Rotating pile driver!
Do it!
Begin! You're mine! Shield!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Cyan
Think again!
Instant!
Rotating pile driver! Pound stick! Rotating pile driver!
Dragon
Begin! Lightning thrust! Take this!
Finish it!
Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
Gotta break through!
I'll face you!
Dragon Shell!
Does this hurt?
Don't mind if I do!
Does this hurt? Did you hear it now?
You're mine!
I'm surrounded! Does this hurt? You're mine!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
You're mine! Take this! I'm on a roll now!
Cyan Instant!
Now you see what I can do.
Arc Seal!
First strike! You're mine! Storm!
Hear me!
Can you take it?
Flame burning!
Glitter Seal! Take this!
Evil!
Rising Wyvern!
Freeze
Begin!
Well, someone seems in tip-top form.
Nothing new about
No
that.
further!
And still as humble as ever.
I'll face you! Tornado
Tornado!
You're mine!
Rising
Here,
Storm!
do it! Astral Energy!
Say no more!
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
Gotta break through!
Let me help!
I'll face you!
Burn!
First strike! Does this hurt? I'll tear you apart! Does this hurt?
Deny!
Orochi's Fury!
You're mine!
Double Demon Ray!
You're mine!
Come one, come all!
Raging Luna Storm!
Too fast!
Stand back! I'll keep it up! These fists have got your name on them!
You're mine!
Can you take it?
You're mine!
I really know this! Glimmer Dragon! I'm like
Do it!
Keep still!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
Hey! Blow them away!
Here, let
You
me help!
missed! You're mine! Swallow dance! Can you take it? You're mine!
Rising Wyvern!
You're mine!
Rising Falcon!
Healing Circle!
There you go! Feel like me again! Here I come! Take this! Eagle Assault! Raging Luna Storm! Eagle Dive!
Stardust!
I'll face you! Leave the force! Behold! The Earth pulse! Tectonic Fission!
I'll heal you all!
Can you take it? First strike!
This one's mine!
Does it hurt?
Ignite!
Does it hurt?
Will this help?
Finish it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I've been doing really great lately.
We got
got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
More Danon ruins here too, I see.
What were people even thinking back then? Trying to build anything around here.
Maybe they just had that much time and energy on their hands.
What could this be?
No backing down! Take this! Can't get out of this! Begin! Raging Lunar Storm! Eagle attack! Begin! Blending Blast! Burn in hell! Does it hurt? I'll smash you! You're mine! Finish it! Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Crumble! Begin! Rising Weapon! Tornado Drive! Right! I'll thank you! Finish it! Rinwell! Demon's Descent! Flashing Bang! Ha! Tornado Drive! You're mine! Seismic Rupture! Begin! Raging Lunar Storm! Infernal Push! Can you take it? Dragon Shout! Take it! What's this? You're mine! Eagle Assault! Finish it! In an instant! Impact Crush!
Skills in top form, art's working like a charm.
Someone seems rather pleased with herself.
Did you hear all of that?
I sure have built up a sweat with this hike.
Rest assured, we have reached the top. It's all downhill from here, quite literally.
So Mahawk Song's just up ahead then?
Indeed. If you look, across this mountain is the Lord's Keep.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Can you take it? I'm sorry to be bothered.
We've all got enough of it.
Yes, ma'am. Seismic Rupture! Can you take it? The enemy wields ours too.
You'll soon see about that.
Raging Lunar Storm! Nice work! Hey! Blow them away!
There it goes.
Acceptable.
Ready.
Do it! Shield!
This one's got your name on it.
Action to action! I can feel my power growing! It'll be... Freeze! Get in, get out! I shall ensure you survive this!
Right on my watch.
It's over! Eagle Fly! Elusive Deity! I'm ready! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! See that? That training's paying off! On a roll now!
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
Take this! I'm on! Blue Escape!
Steering flame.
Demon Bang!
None shall escape my gentle
Sword Rain Alpha! Do it! Small! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Now!
Rolling
Strike! It's over! Can you take it? Sword Rain Alpha! Do it! Elusive Deity!
Xion, astral energy. Full throttle.
Deep Fist has got your name on him! Now!
Ready.
Strike! You're mine! Begin!
Wow, that was a nice move there.
I know, right? Bet you couldn't do it.
So it's a grab here, thrust the left leg, then use the right arm to leverage over...
Stop memorizing my move!
Great, now I'm hurt and dirty.
Still thinking about how to act around Dohalim?
That obvious, huh? Except I don't think I'll be changing much after all. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to stay his servant. However, I am going to treat him like a fellow comrade, the same way I would with you or anyone else. For as long as I can remember, I've spent my life protecting others. But isn't that what friends do too? Support and protect one another in times of need?
Which in the end pretty much means doing as you've always done, right? If that's what you're most comfortable with, I'm certainly not going to give you any grief over it.
Actually, I've been thinking about how I ought to act around you all as well.
Oh?
When I set out on this journey, it was to rid Eldaman and Sia of its enemies, and search for wisdom in the outside world. Wisdom that I could potentially put to use on my return. I'm grateful to you all for letting me tag along. But it got me thinking, what am I actually contributing by being here?
What are you talking about? You know how to hold a weapon, don't you? That's help enough.
Is it though? Sometimes I wish there was more I could be doing to pull my...
Oops, sorry about that. Jeez, I'm famished.
Now that you mention it, what do you guys normally do for food and meals when you're out and about on your travels?
What do you mean, what do we do? We find stuff to eat and eat it. So long as it's meat, I'm not fussy.
Eating what you like can be good for morale in the short term, but you need to think about your diet if you want to stay healthy.
Does that mean eating vegetables too?
Isn't that obvious?
It does, which I guess hasn't been happening up till now.
Yeah, to be honest, we could be eating better than we do.
Understood. In that case, I'll just have to make sure you're all staying healthy and eating right myself. Fortunately, I happen to know a thing or two about cooking as well.
You hear that, Law? Sounds like you'll be eating your greens after all.
What is it? No, sorry, it's just... I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on all this.
It will do her good to have a project.
No, not Kisara. I meant you. Was there anything you wanted to add?
Me? Certainly you're not looking to me for culinary skill, I hope.
Typical Renan, leaving everything to someone else.
Rinwell, I don't think...
That said, should you need my skills on the battlefield, please rest assured I have no intention of shirking my responsibilities, regardless of who we may face.
I'm sure no one doubts that. Listen, guys, if we're traveling together, we should probably at least try to make an effort to get to know one another, don't you think?
I wouldn't get your expectations too high in that regard. Believe it or not, sometimes I'm not sure I even know myself all that well.
Something wrong? You look like you're deep in thought.
Not exactly. I was merely thinking about you two and your sense of etiquette.
Oh?
Etiquette?
Indeed. To be quite frank, I find your lack of manners to be nigh intolerable.
That's not being frank, that's being and forget it. Do we really need to talk about this now?
Yes. I find such impropriety on your parts to be deeply unsettling. It concerns me greatly.
What do you want us to do? We were slaves. We never got to learn how to be proper like you.
Yeah, what he said. Maybe you missed how we were just focused on surviving.
Perhaps, but Kisara here demonstrates that it's quite possible for a Denon to learn proper manners.
That's because I was given the opportunity to learn. Moreover, my duties as a guardsman required it. Not every realm is like Menancia, as you well know.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to hold us to some other city standards.
Exactly! You've got to remember what it's been like for us living under the Rena elsewhere.
I will concede that you do indeed make a valid point. It would appear, for all my espousing the virtues of equality between our peoples, I was still looking down on the two of you.
You don't need to beat yourself up. I wasn't that offended by what you said, man.
Nevertheless, I shall mind my words from here on out. Having said that, I do believe you two would still benefit from learning the basics of proper society. I would be more than happy to teach you both when we camp out, if you like.
Yeah, no, I'll pass. Acting all prim and proper isn't really my style.
If you say so. How about you, Law? Would you like to learn? Although I suppose my first task is to reform your attitude toward the idea of good etiquette.
You're not gonna let this go, are you?
Hey, let's stop for a minute.
What's up? You already tired?
My armor's pretty heavy. I think I need a little rest.
I second that. All of this walking is starting to take its toll on me as well.
What? You don't look it.
We can't spare the time. There's places we need to be. Mahag-Sar's capital, Niez, is our destination right now.
But if one of us collapses, it will only serve to slow us down. And in your case, Alphen is the only one who could carry you. Best to rest while you have the opportunity.
Enough already! I need a break, so we're taking one.
I don't need you fretting over me.
Fretting? Hey, it's not like I'm...
Been looking for you.
For me? Why?
He's tough.
Who are you? Said you were looking for me. Why?
Beautiful, precious life.
What the...
That is all I desire.
Then why are we fighting? Who even are you?
Take this! Power of water!
Down on my bucket! Blow away! You're mine!
Take this!
You're finished!
Being interrupted. In a bind?
Fool.
Who the hell are you? Bastard!
This guy's not normal.
His speed is unbelievable.
You mean he even surpasses a lord?
Talon Hurricane!
Try harder!
Bestowed by mystic mercy.
It's all an instant!
This is looking good.
This one's mine!
Okay.
Searing flame! Reload!
You picked the wrong fight!
Will this help?
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down! Elusive deity! You're mine! Hurricane!
Take it!
I'll finish you here and now!
You're mine!
Entertain me!
Try harder! Not!
Yeah, appreciate the concern.
The sooner you stop thinking, the sooner you can start helping.
I mean, yes, sir.
Try harder!
It's
You're
over!
mine!
Lightning! Downfall!
Take this!
Will this help?
Crumble!
Healing circle!
It's too much!
Take this! Did you just hear me?
Yes, I need you, remember?
Magna Ray! I'm all set!
Can't get out of bed.
Magna Ray!
You're mine!
Let the marksman do it!
Hitting pile driver.
That freaking does it!
Resonate with the earth. Eat
Searing
this.
flame! Reload!
Is that all that you've got? Very well. Then die. A wretch like you? Till next time.
Shion, wake up, please!
Alphen?
Shion!
Thanks, but you're kinda crushing me.
Sorry.
It's okay. And so am I. It's not as bad as it looks.
Not bad. That's... Shion, we thought
I'm
you were...
fine. Really.
What the hell were you thinking?
Well, you were trying to protect me too, you know.
Yeah, but I have the sword. It's different.
It's not different. Besides, Never mind. It's nothing. Anyway, thank you.
I didn't... Look, I'm just glad that you're...
Alphen?
Sorry.
That guy said he'd be back. I think maybe we should get moving before he returns, right?
Rinwell has a good point. We need to go. Shion, are you sure you're okay?
Shion, are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I already applied some healing arts to it. It didn't even leave a scar.
But his sword went nearly straight through you.
I'm all right. Unless I've turned into some kind of ghost and I'm haunting you all right now.
No, I know you're not. It's just...
Look, I appreciate you looking out for me, but I'm fine, really.
There was also that strange light that appeared when Shion was stabbed. It seemed to make the enemy retreat when he saw it. Alphen, do you have any idea what it might have been?
A light? I don't know. I was kind of preoccupied with other things at the time.
Now that I think of it, between that light and the blazing sword, just what sort of person are you, Alphen? Can you use Danon astral arts like Rinwell, perhaps?
He wouldn't know, Dohalim. He doesn't have any memories from his past, remember? Besides, we should really be getting out of here.
I suppose you're right. Forgive me. We've almost reached Nias, the capital of Mahag Sar. With any luck, we'll find a place there for Shion to rest.
Hey.
How are you holding up after that last fight? You're not too hurt, are you?
I'm fine, really. See for yourself.
If things get too tough out there, go ahead and fall back. I can take a beating if I need to.
I'm not here just to stand around and have everyone protect me.
I get that, but there's nothing wrong with admitting you have weaknesses too.
Do I look like I'm just trying to put on a brave face to you?
I can't feel pain. But you still can, can't you?
Look, I appreciate you're trying to look out for me, but even you go down in fights from time to time. Please, stop trying to babysit me. It's getting old.
It's not that. I just...
choice. Begin! I'm surrounded! Raging Lunar Storm! Begin! Blind Freak! Why can't they try it still?
Can you take care of them?
No sooner.
In an instant! Impact Claw! We work well together.
Like a finely timed wall.
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
Dragon Tail! Thank you. I'm just getting started. Raging Lunar!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Combo! Can you take it? Rotating pile driver! Eagle assault!
Law! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Well, looky here.
Discourteous, aren't you?
Does it hurt? Debut performance!
Glacial Spear. Piercing blow.
Take this! Seismic rupture! I'll face you!
Pesky airborne scoundrel!
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
Take this! Rising water! I'll face you! Rising falcon! Raging Luna Storm! Finish it!
Law! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life! Think again! Begin! Rotating pile driver! Begin! Finish it! Windwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis. A freezing
Think again!
storm.
Rising wyvern! Can you take it? Waste it! Lunarongo! Do it! Kisara! All yours, Kisara!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
There!
Right, here goes!
Can you take it? Eat this!
Instant!
Rising dragon!
I do! Lightning! Downfall!
You're mine! You're mine! Burn it!
Got fired!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
I'll face you!
All yours!
I'll grind you with a shot!
Do it!
When did I
Shield! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Glimmer dragon! Now take the groove! Rotating pile driver! Strike!
Our weapons are the soup! Sword and...
Fist and...
Staff.
And you ruined it.
Courteous, aren't you?
They got me foiled! I'll put you through!
Is that a healing art?
It is. Can't ignore your pain. Now try to be more careful.
Arch shield!
That frickin' doesn't!
Here's a healer! Leave the enemy's arch to me!
Milk flows here!
The tide of battle has turned.
That's the power of comrades in arms!
Right. Comrades in arms.
What? Sentimental?
On your knees!
Try this! First strike!
Then the strike! Resonate with the earth! That freaking does it! I'm ready! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Too slow! Death blossom! Eat this! That's enough! Luna Rongo! I'm just getting started! Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Syndicate!
Is it just me, or is anyone else peckish?
A comfortable win.
Get lost! First strike! No further! Come and get! Sonic thrust! Nothing gets by me! Resonate with the earth! Stalagmite! First strike! Ride the earth! All engines! Rising Phoenix! Dark wind!
Healing circle!
Elusive
I
deity!
never miss!
Sword Rain Alpha! Ignite! That's the spot! Elusive deity! Talon Hurricane! You! First strike! All engines! I'm ready! Xion!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Right, next one!
Already on it!
Well then, I should probably think about tonight's menu.
An opponent like this should be easy.
You're wide open!
Take this!
I'm on! Talon Hurricane!
Rise the Wyvern!
I'm on a roll now! I can carve through armor! Far enough! The tide of battle has turned! That's the power of comrades in arms! Right! Comrades in arms! What? Sentimental? Come and get it!
Rising Wyvern!
Healing circle!
Why'd you do
I'm ready! Hey! Blow them away! How's that? I'm on!
Acceptable.
I'll run you through! Can't get out of this! First strike! I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
You're wide open!
Here I come! We're in good form!
I found some equipment.
Let me take a look at it.
them! Eat this! None shall escape my judgment! Anything in armor is all mine! The enemy here are two!
Nothing to see about that!
Can you take it? Kaboom! I knew we'd count on you!
As we all count on your courage.
Aw, shucks! You're welcome. You're going pretty hard in this battle.
I am not usually given to restraint.
Sometimes I believe you're stronger than you let on.
Hitting pile driver!
Here goes!
I'll face you!
Do it!
Double me! In an instant!
Impact block!
To a
achieve such harmony.
Takes a singular will.
What's that big tower over there?
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
I'd like to check their wares if you don't mind.
Not this way, I guess. Not this way, I guess. My body seems to be doing okay.
Dohalim, your spare bracers were getting dirty, so I polished them up along with the rest of your equipment.
Why, thank you, Kisara. I greatly appreciate that.
Maybe it's just my imagination, but you sure seem to fuss over Dohalim a whole lot, Kisara.
It is a little strange. Almost like you're still in his service.
Really? That's certainly not my intention. Besides, he's not the only one I'm like that with. Hey, Law, I saw your clothes were starting to get holes in them, so I stitched them back up for you.
Oh, wow! Thanks, Kisara.
Point taken. Do you just like looking after people?
I wouldn't go so far as to say I like it, but I get anxious if I don't. I'd always like to help if I can. It comes naturally to me. Back in the day, Miguel and I used to look after the younger kids a lot, so that's probably where it comes from. He taught me everything I know, and I mean everything. How to cook with wild plants, how to sew clothes so they'll last. Without him, we never would have been able to survive.
However, you're not a lord anymore, Dohalim. You need to get used to the idea that people aren't just going to wait on you hand and foot.
Yes, you're absolutely right. I'm ashamed to admit that I felt no qualms about her doing all that for me. As both a Renan and especially as a lord, one becomes too accustomed to those beneath you tending to your every need, both Renans and Danans alike.
Sure, that's how all you Renans are probably raised. But just to be clear, we're not your servants, Dohalim. Got that?
Absolutely. Moments such as this provide me with ample opportunity to confront my unease. It is difficult to tend with my own motivations.
What do you mean?
The truth of the matter is that my espousal of coexistence in Menancia hardly came from an idealistic place. That instinctive unease I feel deep within serves as a reminder for what it is that all of us here fight for.
Don't be so hard on yourself. No one's going to abandon you if you aren't always perfect.
Looking at her now, I think she's more like his mom than his servant.
This came out so good, I almost hate having to eat it.
Dohalim, care if I hang out for a while? You worried? About what's going on with Menancia?
What makes you think that?
Well, you were speaking to Kisara earlier, weren't you?
It's rude to listen in on others, you know.
Sorry. I didn't hear what you two were actually talking about, though. I just figured it was Menancia since it was the two of you.
I am but a former lord who has abandoned his post. I'm no longer in a position to lead the realm in any capacity whatsoever. Yet Kisara still seeks out my opinions, knowing full well that is the case. This despite the fact I am no longer her master either.
Couldn't it be precisely because you're not her master anymore? It's natural for friends to want to hear each other's opinions.
I hadn't considered that possibility.
It's funny what you miss sometimes.
Hardly uncommon among artistic types such as myself. When lordships are decided based solely on one's astral energy, it can lead to funny results.
But even so, you still took your job as lord seriously, didn't you?
Certainly. I learned to perform my functions. However, I was less interested in ruling, so much as avoiding life and death decisions. Of course, such a mentality in the end led only to sickening pain and death taking place elsewhere out of sight. I pretended not to see or hear any of it, content to let our supposed peace and equality keep me blind and deaf to reality. I was a fool.
But you're making amends.
I would like to think so. The path ahead is dark, yet I still walk on. I merely pray that I shan't fall down any holes along the way. Do you mind watching our camp tonight? Shall we get moving?
I'm like bait to them.
Don't mind if I do.
Ignite! I'm on it! Come and get! Resonate with the earth! Take it! I'm on it! Got fire!
I've got this.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! See that?
That training's paying off!
I'll run you through!
An astral art?
That's my
Ready!
cue.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Watch this!
Art seal.
First strike! Come and get!
Finish it!
Doling. This one's got your name on it.
Ask to action!
So, fire and earth astral energy, huh?
A perfect combination.
Are we in the right place? This place looks like a mess.
Yes, this is Niez, the capital of Mahag Sar.
I don't see any signs of people. And the buildings.
Yeah. This doesn't seem like the kind of place people would actually live.
No soldiers, no Danans, not a soul to be seen. Yet look at these facades. This is clearly a Renin district.
Hey, check out that drawing on the castle gate. That's the Darkwing's crest. It's from an old Danan legend about a hero who defeated an evil king with a torch and their trusty owl. That's his crest. I'm sure of it.
Really? First time I'm hearing it. So if someone drew it on the gate...
It must mean the Renins have lost control of the city.
Are you suggesting the Danans rose up and defeated the Lord here? Hard to believe, but not entirely unthinkable, given the evidence.
Let's look around and see if we can find someone. They might be able to tell us what happened. This is horrible.
Is there truly no one here?
All of these ruins look like they were made pretty recently.
But if that's the case, then where do you think the people that used to live here went off to? There must have been Danans and Renins, right?
That's a good question. Even if the Danans rebelled and managed to overthrow the Renins here, there should still be some people around.
This debris... Do you think it could be the work of Renin astral arts?
Perhaps, but the appearance of these ruins is rather uniform, which leads me to believe otherwise.
Hey, Rinwell. That story you told us about the Dark Wings, it said that the evil king was vanquished with a holy flame, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Then there might be some truth to that old story after all. It looks like all the rubble here had been scarred by flames.
Let's not jump to any conclusions just yet. If we can find someone around here, we might be able to get them to tell us what happened.
Maybe something's going on in the forest.
Dohalim, you forgot to take care of the fire yesterday.
What do you mean, take care of? Ah, yes. You meant to put it out?
Yep. If it stays lit, we could end up in real trouble real fast.
I see. I apologize for not realizing that. I shall be more careful in the future.
The way he's talking, it's like the thought of putting it out himself never even occurred to him.
Moving on, Dohalim, I should mention that the clasp for your cape is about to come undone.
Oh yes, I tried to fix that myself, but it simply refused to cooperate with me.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. Are you telling me Renans can't even dress themselves?
Lords like Dohalim have attendants that take care of just about everything they need, so I'm not surprised he sometimes struggles with the basics.
Even by those standards, you've got to admit this is still a little extreme.
Shiona's got a point. I mean, you don't see Renans like her needing so much help to get stuff done.
In my case, circumstances forced me to learn how to be independent. Even so, I still think Dohalim could afford to pick up a few more self-sufficient skills.
Well, specifically speaking, what would you suggest that I learn?
For starters, I think it'd be good for you to learn how to dress. And put on shoes. How to comb your hair is equally important. And learning to manage your possessions better. And then from there...
She sounds like his mom rattling all that off.
Oh, and another thing. About your owl, Rinwell.
What is it?
When he starts to molt, would you be willing to give me his old feathers? I think I could find a use for them.
What do you intend to do with those?
Well, recently, I haven't been sleeping well. However, I hear pillows made from owl feathers are very comfortable and wish to make one.
This is why I hate you, Renans!
Did I say something offensive?
Next time, put your own needs aside for a second and think about how someone might react first. Then consider if it's worth asking at all.
What are those out in the valley? Windmills? They're huge.
They're most likely used to harvest wind astral energy, so they have to be big.
All of you, stop right there! Don't move!
They have us surrounded.
Who are you? Where did you come from?
You first! Show yourself!
I'm the one asking the questions here. Don't try anything funny. One wrong move, and I guarantee we'll blow you away.
What are you...
My name is Alphen. I came here from Calaglia.
Alphen? The wielder of the blazing sword?
Getting pretty famous, isn't he?
Here is my proof. Will that suffice? Or do I have to burn down one of those houses to make my point?
No need. I believe you. I'm Beifong, of the Darkwings. Sorry for threatening to blow you away. We're still hunting down the remnants of the enemy forces, so everyone's more than a bit on edge right now. Please forgive me.
Remaining? Wait, you mean you already took down the Lord of this realm?
That's right. We took her weapons and turned them right back on her.
Are you the Danon leader here in Niez?
Nah, I'm just one of the commanders. Deadeye's the one who runs the show. I'd be happy to take you to him. Just one problem. The Renans. Seems the rumors you were running with them were true. You do understand, right? I mean, we only just liberated the city from their kind. Everyone's short on trust. And for good reason. Especially Deadeye. I think it'd be best if those two waited outside.
Not going to happen.
I don't think it's a good idea for us to split up. It's too dangerous.
Then it's on your head, friend. Our base is that way.
You could have left me behind, you know.
This isn't just about you, Dohalim.
Ah, yes.
I guess even after you beat the Renans, your work's only really just begun, huh?
Yeah. This place seems like it's got a lot of issues to fix. Not this way, I guess.
So you're elfin, are ya? Thought you'd be bigger. Huh. Guess the armor beefs you up a bit. You've got a lot of people talking, you know. But in this town, I call the shots. You play by my rules here. Just remember that. Gotta say, I didn't expect you to run with a gang of women and kids. Those other lords must have been real pushovers, huh?
Seriously? Are you this rude to everyone you meet?
Don't interrupt me, you brat. Didn't your parents teach you any manners?
Why, you?
So you're the one who took down the Lord of this realm, huh? How'd you pull that off?
We just swiped the Renan's explosives. And then we blasted them all to hell and back.
Explosives? That's a pretty bold approach. But how'd you manage to avoid hurting your own people?
I didn't, that's how. But the chance to take out a lord was worth the sacrifice.
And the Lord? What did this sacrifice earn you?
Unfortunately, we couldn't manage to finish her off. But now we've really got the girl on the run.
She ran? A lord?
Yeah. The lady was just a coward. She had a whole lot more bark than bite, that's for sure. She's probably hiding off in a hole somewhere. But not for long. We'll find her and drag her right back into town. Then she'll get what's coming to her.
I wouldn't be so sure. She may run, but she'll never go quiet.
Shut up, Bright Eyes! I would have run you through already if you weren't with the blazing sword here.
The whole reason you're fighting is to free the Danons in this realm, is it not? If so,
Shut your
then—
mouth, witch! That's enough! If you're really fighting for us Danons, why keep these bastards around? Why haven't you killed them already?
I'm not going to kill these bastards.
Whoa. Is that the case, huh? Then tell me the point of this show.
They're my friends.
Friends? Renans are Renans. Scum-sucking bastards who've been draining our souls for 300 years now! But you know that. Maybe it's 'cause you and that little lady are friends and more.
Son of a... You'll pay for that!
That's enough! Deadeye, you know that was completely uncalled for.
All of you, get the hell out of my realm! And don't ever come back! This is Danon's realm and it's ours, understand? I call the shots here. And I make the rules. I do, Deadeye, leader of the Dark Way!
Yeah! Deadeye! Liberator Deadeye! You are the true leader of this realm! We're not afraid of any Bright Eyes!
It's only a matter of time before I throw every last Bright Eye out of this realm!
The Dark Wings! The Dark Wings rule!
Hey, wait up! Told you so, didn't I? You should have left your Renin pals outside.
You don't agree with him, do you? I could tell by the look on your face in there.
That's how things are with him. He loses his temper, then I step in and calm things down.
Better you than me.
If that's all, I think it's past time we were going.
Look, I just wanted to apologize for what Deadeye said in there.
At least somebody's got some manners around here.
He didn't used to be like that. But, well, that's what losing most of your loved ones will do to a man. He may never forgive the Renins.
It's a little ironic how indistinguishable his manner is to that of a lord.
Hey, Beifan? Deadeye mentioned the Lord is still on the run. Any ideas where she might be?
We looked all over, but found no traces of her. We heard some rumblings about activity in Estaluva Forest, but that's it.
Estaluva, huh?
Wait, you're not going after her, are you? Certainly won't win you any favors with Deadeye.
This isn't Deadeye's war, and we're certainly not fighting it for him. Besides, it's like Shion said, her type isn't going to go quietly.
Hey, it's your funeral. Don't say I didn't warn you.
We'll be sure to keep you out of it. Before we set out, though, is there anywhere around here we can rest?
Sure. Building at the end of the road, opposite side. It's all yours. We use it as temporary lodging, to house people who don't have a new place to live quite yet.
We're not going to run into any trouble there, are we?
Rumors of a certain fiery sword have spread fast. I doubt anyone will be eager to give you guys problems. And here's where I say my farewell. You're on your own, but good hunting.
Before you go, how come you don't hate the Renins as well?
Oh, believe me, I've got my bone to pick with the Renins. Just not with two of them I've never so much as laid eyes on before.
Let's head on over to that lodge. We'll figure out what our next move is there.
I feel like somebody's watching us.
Maybe there's someone around here who needs our help. Not this way, I guess. What's wrong? All right.
What the?
Hey.
Yeah!
Good.
All right!
I get the feeling Deadeye signed up to be a rebel, so he could have a rooster rule. Heck, he's no better than a lord. In some ways, he's even worse.
I know. How could he use explosives on his own people?
And yet, despite the toll of his actions, none of the Danans we've seen seem to question his assumed authority in the least. If anything, they may well consider him a hero, which would say a great deal toward how deeply they resented the Renans here.
Still, I don't think this is as simple as saying the good guys won out over the bad ones.
Yeah, I don't either. Deadeye might have managed to drive the Renans out of Niaz, but that doesn't make the way he did it okay. No matter which way you look at it.
A victory that's earned by throwing away the lives of his own people? No, that isn't a victory at all. I can understand that the Danans here are standing up against their oppression, but that doesn't mean they have to humiliate all Renans just to settle the score.
I'm perfectly able to stand up for myself, Alphen. Besides, I'm used to it by...
But you shouldn't have to be, Shion. It's just... What I mean to say is... When you've been a slave for so long, it's easy to accept that's how it should be because it's all you've ever known. Constantly being belittled is no different. I don't think that's fair. For me or for you.
I just don't know, man.
Don't know what?
Deadeye managed to drive out a real live Renan Lord. That's incredible. And he seems to have a lot of supporters surrounding him too. But he's got an attitude worse than any angry Zoogle. Plus, Niaz is in utter ruins. I don't have a clue what his game is.
The Renans are powerful. And because of that, it takes a strong leader to have any hope of toppling them. However, when you take down one dictator only to replace them with another, ultimately it's just business as usual.
If it'd been Zephyr instead of Deadeye, I don't think things would have turned out like this.
Rinwell!
Yeah, I think so too. Zephyr did things differently top to bottom. He's not the kind of person who would have forced his own views or decisions on other people. When you do that, you're ruling over others, not leading them.
To be honest, I don't know what I would have wanted my dad to do if he was in that position.
Law.
The whole thing feels weird in a way. It's a weird kind of feeling, but at the same time, part of me also feels happy. Deadeye and my dad are two very different men. For now, I'm content knowing that.
Are you just going to keep standing around or what?
Sorry, I'm just getting prepped over here.
Ow.
The city is liberated, and yet the air still hums with fear and anxiety. It reminds me all too well of how Vicente once was.
Hums? You mean like music?
Yeah, none of this sounds like music to my ears. In fact, I've never seen any Danins with musical instruments in my life.
You don't need instruments to play music. It can emerge naturally from the sounds of people going about their day and the hustle and bustle of life.
You seem to care a lot about music, Dohalim. I didn't know that about you.
Have I not mentioned it? Before I was a candidate for the lordship, I had my heart set on the life of a musician.
You? A musician?
Indeed. Music enriches the world around us. I trained day and night to hone my art. Words could not describe my bliss, as my notes carried with them the sights and sounds of nature, the ebb and flow of time, and the thoughts of people on the wind.
Dohalim.
Forgive me. My loquaciousness can get the best of me at times.
Don't apologize. It's interesting hearing what Renan culture is like.
Even though the Renans destroyed all of our arts and culture.
Personally, I was interested in the music of Dana as well. The fact that generations of lords deemed music to be of no use to their slaves and outright forbade the ownership of instruments is lamentable. Not that my words can undo the damage already done.
Ow. Ow.
You see anybody around here who could use our help?
We can't chase after every little thing.
Did we really just spend that much money? Oh yeah? How's this? Great.
Yes. Hey. Good. Really? What? Yes!
All right. Right.
Really?
What?
Huh?
All right.
Yes!
Over there!
Huh? Yes!
All right.
Yes!
Huh.
All right.
By the by, Shion, if you don't mind my asking, would you be willing to share what sort of clothes are currently in fashion on Rena sometime?
Sure, as long as you call me Captain.
Sir, yes sir, Captain Shion.
I was just joking. Kinda has a nice ring to it, though.
That Deadeye creep certainly has a few screws loose, that's for sure.
Forget that guy. Right now, we need to discuss how we're going to proceed.
What's there to discuss? Deadeye and his crew have already brought down the Lord here. Just let them finish her off.
I want to go after her.
I second that. I think it's the best thing to do right now. We don't know if the Darkwings have what it takes to beat her. I'm worried what'll happen if we leave her to her own devices.
You make a good point, Rinwell. And maybe I'm just being overconfident, but between us and them, I think we have a better chance at defeating her.
I have to agree. This realm isn't going to be truly safe as long as that Lord is still running around out there. We need to act.
Fine by me, but isn't Deadeye just gonna take all the credit once we're done?
Our job is to break down the walls that oppress Dana. What he chooses to build in their place, that's his problem. For now, we'll head to this Estaluva forest Bayfon told us about. Whatever we decide to do, though, we should take some time to rest first. We've barely stopped since Menancia. Where are you going?
Alphen.
You should get some rest. What's got you up at this hour?
Just let me be for a minute, okay? Why don't you go back to the inn?
I will when you do.
Have it your way.
Shion. The Lord's days are numbered. I haven't forgotten our promise. You can trust me, you know. Maybe even lean on me a little. If you want.
And if I say I will you finally give it a rest?
Yeah, of course. Try to get some rest, okay?
What was all that about?
So we're just going to check things out, right? In whatever that forest is called.
Estaluva Forest. Next time, pay attention.
got sand in my eyes!
The winds are strong here. Mind yourselves.
Ugh, even the inside of my mouth is all sandy.
Poodle, don't get blown away, okay?
The winds outside the capital are blowing as strongly as ever.
You can definitely see why people call this place the Valley of the Four Winds.
Indeed, Mahag Sar is the realm of wind, just as Ganeth Heros is for water.
Earth, water, fire, wind, light, and darkness. Rena is aligned to darkness, leaving each realm one element each.
Is that because some elements are easier to gather in certain areas than others?
That is certainly possible, but I suspect the biggest reason is to prevent the lords from squabbling over resources.
Funny. You would think infighting would come naturally to an elite class vying for a crown.
True, but the Renans rule as a minority. Fighting ourselves would just be destructive. Though, as you saw in Menancia, any abstention from fighting is merely a facade.
In the end, you all get usurped whether you like it or not.
That may be true, but something tells me that this time is different.
We have to catch up to the Lord first if we want answers. Let's keep moving.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Tornado drive. In a bind.
It's time.
First strike. Your mark.
Rising
Your
wind.
reflexes will not serve you well here.
Take this.
Elusive deity.
Talon
Evil side. Elusive deity.
Freeze
Hit. Savage soul. First strike. Come and get it.
Where are you going?
First strike.
Double demon fang.
Eagle side. I'm like bait to them. I'll smash you. I'll finish you here and now.
Do it!
Go in. Hey. Blow them away. How's that? Eat this. You're done. Renegade with the
Stalagmite! The heavens must be smiling.
What is that ring of rocks over there for? They don't look like they formed naturally to me.
Oh yeah. Funny, I guess I've gotten used to weird rock formations. They didn't even register as being out of the ordinary.
Most likely, they were brought over by us Renans when we first invaded the planet.
Wait, those? So does that mean there's some kind of machine then? And if so, what in the world were they even used for?
To manipulate the properties of Dana's astral energy.
Really?
Think about it. Isn't it strange that the type of energy each realm collects is so fixed? Astral energy by nature isn't meant to skew towards one element or another so heavily.
So the Renans reformed it for the crown contest.
Sounds like the crazy thing a Renan would do.
Renans these days are more advanced than Danans in some ways, but even they don't seem capable of doing something on that grand a scale. Or is that something that's possible on Lenegis? Or maybe the Renan homeworld?
I can't claim to know everything about my own kind, but I myself have never seen anything that would be capable of such a drastic feat.
But at some point they did just that. Those are the sort of people we're up against. We should do our best not to forget that.
Oh?
Yes. Very nice.
Is that so? You don't say.
How?
I see.
Hey! Sure.
Nice work.
Oh?
Very nice.
Well?
Yes! What?
What?
I don't believe this!
All right.
No.
Sure.
Really now.
Yes! What?
What?
Very nice. Yes.
Well, that was a huge miscalculation.
Yet you've drained your glass all the same.
You're so amazing, Kisara. You can cook, you can fix weapons. I feel like there's practically nothing you can't do.
Maybe you should take a page out of her book and learn to make yourself more useful then.
I'd be happy to teach you if you want, Rinwell. I learned most everything I know from my brother.
Really? Even how to sew and do laundry?
Yes, indeed. He knew how to do anything.
Sounds like he was a pretty handy guy when he was alive.
He was. I'd always follow him around and badger him with questions. I was a real pain in the neck. Now that I think about it, he and Legil were the ones who taught me how to raise cats, too.
Legil is that woman who was with him in the Gold Dust Cats, right? I remember now. The one with the really pretty hair.
Funny you mention that. He also taught me how to maintain my hair. Not that those lessons stopped it from getting all tangled up during training.
I think it still looks gorgeous.
From what I can tell, it would appear as though the only thing he didn't manage to teach you was how to apply makeup.
No, but that didn't stop him from trying. He really wanted to teach me everything. Only reason he couldn't was because I prioritized my training.
And here I was trying to make a joke.
I can't tell if she's being serious. The only one here who knows him well enough was her.
Yeah, I guess only Miguel could have told us if it's actually true.
Somehow, things are even worse outside the city than they are inside.
Yeah, it's all ruined. Houses and everything else.
Even if it was all in the name of beating the Renans, this is...
Maybe something's going on in the forest.
Eat this! That's enough! Can you take it? Rising water! Elusive deity! Thank you! Hitting piles up! Eat this! That's enough! Rising water! It got fired!
I've got it! Let him
Why'd you do
this?
this?
To stop you dying?
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes. A merry distraction.
There's still more to go!
This one's mine! Eat this! Take this! Eat this! Rising water! These fists have got your name on them! Rising water! Finish it! Show me! Hey! Blow them away!
None shall escape my
Showtime! You're done! Eagle assault! Can you take it? Take this!
Do it! Alpha!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Nice one, Alphin.
Yeah, there's more where that came from.
Alphin, have you been washing your clothes? It may not be my place to say this, but frankly, they're starting to stink.
Now that you mention it, it has been a while since I did any laundry.
I'll wash them for you if you want. Just remember to give them to me the next time you get changed.
Oh, okay. Sure. Thanks, Kisara.
And, Law, Rinwell, yours are starting to look a bit ragged.
What do you expect? Of course they're going to tear up when we're out there fighting so much.
Yeah, but it's still kind of embarrassing, having it pointed out like this.
And Shion?
I wouldn't touch me if I were you.
Of course. My apologies. All I wanted to say was that your sleeves are getting a little bit dirty.
You don't need to worry so much, Kisara. It's only natural our clothes are gonna get a little dirty while we're traveling around.
That's no excuse. Your outward appearance says a lot about your inner well-being.
Now you've really set her off.
Suffice to say, it would appear that the traditions of the Guard are still alive and well within her.
What do you mean? What do the guardsmen do that's so special?
Mostly, I'm simply referring to the fact that they're a very regimented and cleanly group of people.
Do I really sound that weird to you guys? Keeping your clothes clean and mended is completely normal to me.
Don't get us wrong. We appreciate the thought, Kisara. But we've got a long journey ahead. It wouldn't hurt to relax your standards. Just a little.
If you're sure. I wasn't trying to overdo it, I promise. However, if it's making the rest of you tense, I'll do my best to tone it down from here on out. Still, if everyone could bring their laundry and clothes they want fixed, that'd be great. I'll take care of it all for you guys tonight.
Don't you ever get tired?
No backing down! Orochi's fury! I'll take you all on! Carve through armor!
These ones did not ring around! Let's give it a whirl!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Too fast! Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Ignite!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
Begin! I'm on it!
You require a hand.
I really owe you one. Elusive deity! All mine! Here I come! Dark wind!
Ice tornado!
I'll blind you in the sun! Eat this! That's enough! Talon Tornado Alpha! I'm on it! Ignite!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
What could this be?
It's no ordinary enemy I see over there.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Lunar Blast!
Yeah, appreciate the concern.
The sooner you stop thanking, the sooner you can start helping.
Prepare to be sealed.
Astral Energy! Full throttle!
I'll grind you into dust.
Severing wind!
Radiant Spear!
Swallow down!
Searing Flame! Reload!
Still! Go away!
Glacial Spear! Pierce Evil!
Freeze Lancer!
Coming face! Rising
I'm only getting started! Annihilation!
Down on the ground! Explosive ring!
I'm ready!
Jolene! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Coming through.
Eat this! Here I go!
That's enough!
I'm only getting started!
You're mine!
I'm on it!
Don't mind if I do!
No! Tear!
Elusive deity!
I'm on it!
Flying
free!
Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
Astral Energy!
Say no more.
Here I go!
The enemy wields Arc too.
We'll soon see about that!
Can you take it?
Arc Shield!
Down on the ground. I'm ready! Help it!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Our weapons are the sword and...
Fists and...
Staff.
And you ruined it.
courteous, aren't you?
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Freeze down on the ground. Eat this. That's enough. Elusive deity. I'll run you through. Yeah, do it. Hey, blow them away. How's that? I'm just getting started.
Leave the enemy's arts to me. This one's
no
mine.
complaint here. I'll run you through. Stop. Don't leave. Hey, blow them away.
Will this help?
Take this. On your healing
circle.
Watch this.
This one's got your name on it.
Ashes to ashes.
So, fire and earth astral energy, huh?
A perfect combination.
We should be able to cook here.
This place gives me the creeps. You really think that lord is hiding out here?
Be careful. The air is dense with astral energy. Something's not quite right about this place.
How are you able to pick up on all this stuff anyway? Is it something that all astral arts wielders can do?
I must admit, I'm curious myself. Perhaps her Danon bloodline has something to do with it.
Dohalim.
Apologies. I meant no disrespect.
Stay alert, everyone. There's a good chance that she already knows we're here.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Finally, some open space again.
Here goes! I'll end you! Don't mind if I do! Freeze Lancer!
Do it!
Annihilation!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! See that?
That training's paying off.
You're mine!
Got flyers.
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours.
Swallow dance!
Now! Coming through!
I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
No defense!
Eat this!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Ow! They got me flanked!
Here's evil!
You're mine!
Can you...
Take it!
Freeze Lancer!
I'm on it! Knock it down! Eagle Assault! I'm just
Here I go! It's over!
Eagle Dive! Flying freak! Why can't they just stay still?
You're mine!
Can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Dragon Shout! I'll finish you here and now!
Excellent technique. How are your weapons holding up? That's not to give me any
Thanks for the
ideas.
concern.
Simple repayment for a favor of...
I don't grant favors, and I don't accept them either.
You shouldn't have messed with me!
I'm only
All
getting
good
started!
things come to an end.
Annihilation! One more! Instant!
Nothing gets by me!
One more!
I'll finish you here and now!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
I see plenty of ruins around here, too. It must have been a big town bustling with people back in the day.
For Crown Contest participants, places such as these are but vectors for the astral energy they pursue. Similar to that windmill, for instance.
Don't get careless!
I'm on it!
Don't tell me!
I'll face you!
No further!
Glacial Spear! Here's
Seismic Rupture! Formalize! Plenty for you all! Does it hurt? Prepare to be carved through Actually, perhaps bound is more appropriate.
Let's talk any more doing!
All ready to hear it now!
Begin! On your Can you finish it?
This one's got your name on it!
Action to action! A merry distraction.
There's still more to go! Do it!
All yours, Kisara! Begin! On your way! Destruction!
Far enough! Glitter Dragon!
Can you take it? You missed! Can you take it? Sword Rain Alpha! Rotating Pile Driver!
Healing Circle!
All good things come to an end! I owe you one! Find you in the sky! Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Frozen
Hammer!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
What could this be?
It's on! Eat this! Take this! How's this? Take this! Eat this! I'll run you through! Penumbra! Win! Rotating Pile Driver! Eagle Assault! Begin! Take this! Take this! I'll run you through! Seismic Rupture! I'll finish you here and now! Coming here! Eagle Dive! We're ready to go! I'm ready!
Too fast! Stand them!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Here, let me
Faster! Here I come! Now I let loose! Burn in hell! I'm on it!
Freezing storm!
Raging
Do it!
Luna
Live
Storm!
Nora! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Wow, look what I just found.
No backing down! I'm surrounded! That's the spot!
Far enough! Not in your dreams! Here!
Rising Phoenix!
Radiant,
Coming!
here!
Catapult!
Pesky airborne scoundrel.
All yours, Kisara!
You're wide open!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And pummeling to me! Come here! I'll end you! Down on the ground!
A debut performance.
First strike!
Where are you going?
Come and get it! First strike!
Elfin!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Listen!
I'm on a roll now! That's enough! Catapult! This one's all mine!
Do it!
You're mine!
Jocelyn!
Light Burst 4!
Radiant Genesis!
I need to be stronger.
Maybe something's going on in the forest.
Great, now I'm hurt and dirty.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
You shouldn't have messed with me!
Here I come! Bestow thy
Leave
mystic
the charge
mercy
right.
to me!
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore your pain. I'll try to be more careful.
Require a hand.
It's over!
I'll face the attack.
Here I come! Swallow down!
On your knees.
Not here! I'm just getting started! Void flash! Air pressure! Do it!
Resonate with the earth!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
Right, here goes!
On your knees.
I'm not done!
Air pressure! Resonate with the earth!
Glacial steel! Here's the Evo! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Here I come!
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
Blow away! All yours!
Freezing, I never miss!
You're mine! I'm not done! Rain
Now you
flash!
see what I can... I'm on a roll now!
Resonate with the earth!
Eat that!
Ignite!
Healing circle!
You're mine!
Not be forgotten.
Let's go!
Take this! Do it!
Shield!
This one's got your name on it!
Action to action. A merry distraction.
My turn!
There's still more to go!
Void flash!
Here!
I'm ready!
My exploits are bearing fruit.
Ow! Eat this!
Glacial steel!
That's where he does it! Take this! I'll end you!
You're gonna truck!
As it cools up, time to get out of the way!
Can you take it?
Freezing storm!
No armor can stop me!
Charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Anything in armor is all mine! I can carve through armor! Come and get it!
I never miss!
Eat this! Why, thank you,
And will you lay down your life for your lord?
well, I mean, hey, let's not be hasty. I'm on it! Ha! I'll run you through!
I owe you one. Rising with it!
An instant!
Here! First strike! Finish it!
Reload! Astral energy! Full throttle! Go!
Too slow!
I'm on it!
Come and get it!
Double demon fang!
Annihilation!
Rising with it! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Lightning!
Ringwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! Radiant Blast!
Ready to go!
Down on the ground!
I'll end you!
Radiant Pierce!
I'm just getting started!
Resonate with the earth!
One more!
Armor won't save you! Eat this!
On your knees!
Finish it!
Eagle
Shield!
assault!
This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
I can feel my power growing!
Where should I cast my line? we go. That was disappointing. There we go. That was disappointing.
Hey, what do you think about that spot?
Good idea. I'll go for that one. I've got something. You've got to know when to quit. We should be able to cook here.
I always love the sound of hammers banging away. Guess I'll polish up my sword. What's up, Kisara? You look concerned.
Oh, no, it's just... I'm looking at our finances and they seem to have taken a nosedive. I don't remember us making any big purchases, though.
Ah, that may be because I borrowed a small amount to purchase something the other day.
I don't think you can call spending more than half of our money a small amount.
Half? Halim, what the hell did you buy?
As it so happens, I came upon a rather special object that I've long been searching for.
Are you talking about that junk? I mean, that unique-looking trinket you're holding?
Whoa, is that a...
Indeed. It is a lost artifact from ancient Danan times. Most likely, it was used for some sort of rite or ritual. Ever since we Renans conquered Dana, such objects have been disappearing. I simply want to do my part to help preserve both our people's storied histories.
Well, if it's to preserve Danan history, then I guess we can maybe look the other way. Just this once?
I don't know. Why spend money on something that won't even keep us fed?
More to the point, we all contribute to that money. I don't like the thought of anyone dipping into it without saying anything.
You must understand. Had I let that opportunity pass me by, I'd never have come across this item again.
Halim, maybe no one taught you that money doesn't grow on trees.
I may have been a lord, but I realize that much.
It's not enough to simply realize it. You have to internalize the concept too. Even after all this time, you still have no real sense of money. Our funds aren't your personal wallet. We camp outside and eat grass for dinner to try and stretch every last gold we have. You never know when we may need it.
I don't think we're so poor that we have to eat grass or anything.
Shut up, Alphen.
Shutting.
Let's just agree to not spend too much or be too thrifty for our own good.
Alphen, your blazing sword draws its power from Shion's Fire Master core, right?
So I'm told.
Then why don't you use yours, Dohalim?
You mean my Earth Master Core, yes?
Yeah, I mean, you still carry it around with you, don't you?
I do. Each Master Core contains the astral energy harvested from Danan's slaves over the course of the last 3 centuries. Though only a select few qualified people, namely the Lords, can wield them, they nevertheless hold too much power to simply abandon.
If only the Lords are supposed to be able to use them, how come Alphen and Shion can use theirs?
That may be because Shion has embedded the Fire Master Core within her body, something which wouldn't have occurred under normal circumstances.
Okay, but why do you still carry yours around?
Just as Danans see Master Cores as symbols of the lives and resources robbed from them, so too do I view mine as a symbol of our lasting sins. The pain and agony wrought upon this world by my predecessors, as well as the injustice enabled by my own inaction, are all housed within my Master Core. It is a testament of all that I have done wrong. It cannot ever be used again, nor fall back into the wrong hands.
Dohalim.
You didn't differentiate between the deaths of Danans and the deaths of Renans.
Danans and Renans both spill blood and languish in agony all the same. I just couldn't bear to hear it any longer. That's all.
Little late for that.
Hey, Rinwell. What was that whole legend you were talking about earlier, back when we were by the gate?
Huh? Oh, you mean about the Darkwings? It's an old story about a Danan hero that's been passed down for generations.
Like I said, I sure haven't heard it before.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, long ago, there was an evil king who tried to bring all of Dana to ruin. However, a pure black owl heard the pleas of the people and decided to help. It chose a young hero and bestowed upon them a holy flame that was capable of vanquishing the king. The story goes that the young hero challenged the king and defeated them with the flame. Seeing Dana had been saved, the people flew the crest of the Darkwings as thanks to the owl for its help. From what I understand, it used to be a really well-known story before the Renans came.
I guess our people must have forgotten it over time. It's lucky for us you still know it. You sure are well-versed in these sorts of things, Rinwell.
You know, the part where the hero defeats the king with a flame reminds me a little of Alphen.
Come on, it's just a story. Besides, if we're talking about an owl helping anyone, Hootle would definitely choose Rinwell.
Sure, I might have helped take out our own kind of evil king with the others, but I'm definitely no hero. That and Hootle's wings aren't even black. Huh.
That came out great. Everyone's gonna be real surprised. Kisara, let's talk for a bit. Maintaining your shield? It's becoming a familiar sight.
Miguel was the one who taught me how to maintain my equipment after I first joined the Guard. Now it's just a part of my routine.
Your brother always seems to come up whenever I talk to you.
That's because we had no other relatives, so it was just the two of us growing up. He was my idol, the one I looked up to and wanted to be like. When I became a guardsman, Lagiel wasn't too pleased to see me at first. It was Miguel who really welcomed me aboard.
Lagiel? Oh, right. She was Miguel's second in the Gold Dust Cats, wasn't she?
That's right. She's always been a very critical and down-to-earth person. In other words, the complete opposite of a dreamer like me.
You're more an idealist than some pie-in-the-sky dreamer.
Even so, that's my brother's doing. He'd never let me stop seeing a brighter world. He always did what he could to keep me smiling and happy.
You must have meant a lot to him.
He wasn't just kind either. He always worked so hard to set an example for me and everyone else around him. He was a true big brother. So much so that when he thought I was asleep, he'd slip out of the house to go training on the outskirts of town.
You seem to know a lot about it.
That's because I only pretended to be asleep and would follow after him.
You
know what? I'm at a good stopping point with my shield. If you've got time, how about I tell you a couple more Miguel stories?
I guess I'd better get comfortable.
I'll take watch tonight. It's okay. Before we go, do you guys have everything?
I think it's safe to rest here now.
We should be able to cook here.
It's on! First strike!
None can escape my judgment!
Take this! Come and get it!
Ray!
Rise this! I'm on it!
Their hide is thick
I
as
shall
armor!
ensure you survive this! No further!
Radiant, here!
Its armor's too strong.
Then I'll charge like that! Be my guest!
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Here I go! And this one's mine!
Why being interrupted? Lordship? And will you lay down your life for your cause? Well, I mean, hey, let's not be
Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Right, next one!
Already on it! Sonic thrust! Eagle! I'm just getting... I'll smash you! First ready to go!
Mega ray!
You're done!
By the power of hurricane!
I'm ready!
Elton!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Too slow! On your knees! You're done!
Radiant
Rising Warrior!
Looks like it could be worth something.
No choice! I'm on it!
None shall escape my judgment!
Elusive deity! See what happened there as you crossed me. Should have done that.
You got fire.
I've got this! Let him mark
An astral arts?
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! You all finish you here now! Talon hurricane!
Healing
Whew, what a relief!
If it's in this
Too
gun,
fast!
it's mine.
Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Keep this! Watch this! I'll run you through! First strike! That...
Our weapons are the sword and...
Fists and...
Staff.
And you ruined it.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out. Anything in armor is all mine.
It's over! Take this! You escape!
First strike!
Thanks!
I can heal myself.
Freaking does it!
Precisely. Healers cannot be raised.
That's the wisest thing you've ever said.
You're mine!
I'm not done! I'm on it!
Throw away!
Down on the ground! I'll do you!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
See you continue on in that vein.
Yes, my lady?
Something you wanted to say?
I can carve through armor!
Your helping me has become a pattern.
It's for the good of all of us.
Is it now?
Here I come! No, eat dirt!
Do it! Shield! Go for it! Prepare to crumble! Step back! This one's all law!
Forgive you!
Here I come! First strike!
Denied! Talon hurricane!
I'm not done! Blast the shock! Here I come! It's over! Strike! I'll take you all off!
Talon hurricane!
You're finished!
Stop!
Orochi's fury!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Orochi's fury!
Yeah! And pummeling to me! In a bind?
You're mine! I'm not done!
Bestow thy mystic mercy.
Where are you going?
Take this!
Do it!
I'm not done!
Halim! All yours, Kisara.
Here I go!
First down! It's gone!
Tornado
Roll
drive.
away!
The tide of battle has turned.
That's the power of comrades in arms!
Falcon!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Now! Take this!
Armor won't save you!
Ignite!
Far enough! Rolling down!
Strike!
Just armor ruined that! I'm ready!
This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes.
That was way stronger than regular firepower.
You won't hear me complaining.
Here I go! You're mine!
Confiscated!
Eat this! I'm not done!
Crumble! Radiant power!
Begin!
I'm
ready!
Find
your through! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
There!
We don't care! I'm not done! Dragon Shell! Starter! I'm ready!
Lock!
Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang! My turn! Take this! Elusive Deep! Take this! Eat this!
Lord! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
I hate camping out.
I feel all bent out of shape.
I know what you mean. Hard to settle down after seeing all those ruins.
We fought hard to help liberate the people of Dana, but every realm we've been to along the way could have easily turned out like this.
When powerful forces collide, the destruction they leave gets that much worse.
So we've been lucky things haven't turned out worse up until now?
Regardless, I don't want to see this realm get messed up any more than it already is. We have to capture this lord ourselves, no matter what.
This came out so good. I almost hate having to eat it.
Shion, could we talk a moment?
I think it's time we go to sleep. Morning. Ready to head out?